Okay. Let's see if we can get this all booted up. Might just pull this back a little. Hang on, have I even got audio at the moment? Yes, okay, I do. Awesome. Alright, yeah, back at it again today. Last night I did really consider going back and working on the Skaven Knight and the Fire Prism again. When I was setting when I was setting up the next stream. But I was just so invested in this guy that we were working on yesterday that I really want to see if we can finish him. I actually really like the way his pickle head looks. I don't know why. I hate the mold of it, but for some reason, I just really like the way it's come out with the colors of it. So I'm really bought into it. I want to make him look good. So that's going to be the goal for today. Let's see if we can finish this guy. And so, in particular, just need to actually remember what our goal for it was. I believe when we left off, we'd done all of the... Oh, hang on, I'm just going to pull the BGM down a little bit. It's getting a bit loud there. But, where we left off, we'd marked out all of the flesh vents on one half of his body. And so, now we've got to go through and just finish all the flesh vents on the other half. And then there will be... Yeah, so it's all these little bits through here. And that's the base layer at least. I think we'll want to put another color in there as well to give it a bit more something. I don't know. Potentially we put a dot of white ink or something on there, just really thinned down, see if that makes it pop a little bit. Otherwise, Carroburg Crimson might be all we need just to get it, or give it a little bit of depth, and then just a gloss varnish over those bits. I think will go a long way. We need to properly figure out what we want to do with these tubes on his back, whether we want them to be like gross, soft, squishy things or just make them hard bone. I haven't fully decided on that yet. And then we want to get the carapace looking nice and good, because honestly, I really like the sort of matte finish of the carapace. So regardless of what we do to it, I'm going to go back over it with a matte varnish at the end just to bring it back to be like this. But I think we can give it a little bit of depth. So potentially doing something like getting a bit of Pilar Glacier or something going over it, because it's just a really thin contrast, so it just gives a little bit of depth. I quite like it over black surfaces. Big bug time message go through this time. Yep, hello Sanju. How you going, mate? Have I, is my chat window working? I didn't see anything pop up in my, over here, but maybe I just missed it. Because I can see it on my pop-up, but, on my pop-out, but no, I didn't see anything on my stream window. I could have just missed it though, because I know they disappear. But yeah, I'm not sure if, as well, these are tubes... Okay, they are coming through over there. Cool, I can see it now. But, oh, lovely, got a weird error for the first couple messages. Oh. Strange. But, yeah. I think this tube on the side of his neck, I might want to see if I can do that in the same sort of fleshy color that we've got going. Oh, another thing as well was I wanted to potentially put little bits of white ink or something in the recesses of his ribs here, so that we can get some some pink flesh showing through in there. Day's been full of procrastination and laziness. Hope mine has been more productive. Mine is still young, so yeah, I woke up about an hour ago. Just had breakfast, listened to the Infinite and Divine while I was eating, and then just got set up and yeah, hoping that we'll get a lot done today. But yeah, that being said, may as well get started. Glowing chest cavity like he's charging his cream. Ooh, maybe. Hang on, that could be really cool. That could be really cool, actually. To do that as well, I think what I might want to do is get some kind of faint glow at the back of his mouth. That is a very fun idea. I need to think about how I execute that. Maybe I could tie the ridges on his spine into that as well somehow. Have him charging energy along the backs of them there. Different colors as it goes up. Like starting as a deep blue up to a... or maybe starting as a deep purple, building up to a brighter blue. Like a cobalt blue near the front. I think that could be cool. Yeah, that is a very cool idea. Or maybe rather than having that in the chest, having it go through these tubes. So up his back and then through these tubes and then showing it glowing in his mouth. Managed to get a single Barbgon's armor highlighted. Took about half an hour, so we'll try to get the rest done by the end of the night. Now that you know what order you're painting shit. Yeah, that's like... It can always be a little painful just getting the process established, but once you know where you're going, it's so much easier. Be cool, like a ball of plasma traveling through the flesh tubes, yeah. We will cross that bridge when we get to it, though. Still got other bits to establish first. You did it in the stupidest order imaginable. Also not sure what the fuck you're doing with the flesh and base coding the armor months ago, but made such a mess originally. Yeah, I mean, I can't fault you. That is my process. My entire process is just fuck around and find out. And I spend so long fucking around that by the time I find out, I forgot what I did. Hey gang, hey Juggernaut. Hello, Twisted. Gonna go make your rules for a homebrew kill team game. Gonna be sick. Oh, nice. So, as in just like make your own objectives and that sort of thing. That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, with my gaming group, because I think I've mentioned before that we have a Crusade game going where it's the Armageddon Crusade, but a lot of the and so basically it's got its own rule book and stuff, and all the missions are already pre-done and that sort of thing, and they all have pre-done modifiers, but the modifiers aren't super engaging. And we've got 3 players and 1 person who hosts the game, so who runs it and handles all the rules. But we've gotten to the point where it's like, when we're all gathered around there, the one player who isn't playing in a match will just sort of they'll partner up with the host and just help like manage the game, run the rules, and recently, towards like in the more recent games, we've also had the assistant player help come up with random modifiers to apply during the game, because Armageddon is all about like it's like a planet that is just like pretty much completely warp fucked, and so there's like a mechanic where units will gain warp tokens, and then every round random effects will happen to units that have warp tokens, and the ones in the rulebook are not the most exciting. They're just things like until the next time warp effects are generated, you take -1 to hit on melee attacks or something like that. And we're like, nah, okay, this is getting stale really fast. So now we've got we just make random shit up. The assistant player will be standing there with the host, just coming up with shit. So it's like, okay, this turn, anyone with warp tokens can they can move 1d6 inches per number of warp tokens they have. Go. And it's a lot of fun. Not quite new rule set, or not quite new missions. Basically, a lot will be switched. Righto. Yeah. No. I mean, what sort of things are you planning on doing? Because yeah, like my background for most tabletop games is TTRPGs rather than war games. And so I was sort of unsure about what the homebrewing side of things would be like for 40k, because I was worried that it's like, since it's a war game, it would be very balanced around the rules being played the way they are. But it is surprisingly fun and flexible to have a lot of rule bending and that sort of thing. Yeah, and was probably going to play tomorrow, but I had shit come up, so won't be able to make it, which is quite sad. I was very keen to do it because we haven't played, we haven't been able to play our Armageddon game for, I think, 2 or 3 weeks now. It's just one of those things where, like, sometimes everyone's schedules get in the way. I think this week it's only myself who won't be able to make it, though, so at least the others will get to play. Probably not the Armageddon, though, or the Crusade. It'll just be standard games. It means they'll get to play around with armies that they don't normally play. You want a description of the whole thing? Yeah, I'd be keen to hear what it's like. I haven't played Kill Team either, though, either as well, so would be cool to see what it's like. I've heard like brief description from my friends in my gaming group, because they've talked about how it's just like, my impression of it is it's basically 40k, or it seems like it's very similar to 40k, but it's just smaller map, less units, and your individual models have heaps of wounds and stuff, and they have more interesting individual abilities. It's like hero tactics as opposed to battlefield tactics. It's Dawn of War 2 instead of Dawn of War 1. Not much on what type of bases I'm doing. you know, keeping it swamp themed. I haven't thought about the specifics of what kind of like bits of rubble and stuff I'm going to be putting on here. In terms of yeah, so essentially I think the Neurotyrant is going to be my reference for the visual aesthetic for it, like color scheme. So it will be a lot of the I think it was Sterland Battlemire is the texture paint I used for the really lumpy mud, which on its own is really shit, but I think that it combines really nicely with other things. So then we're going to have the swamp water will be that sort of toxic green, and I always like to put corpses or like bodies from other armies on my bases. It sort of like gives me a story for the army, and I haven't decided what enemy my Tyranids are fighting, because my Tau all have orc skulls on their desert maps, which I think fits with the well, I mean, of course it fits. It's like that the Tau are always beefing with the orcs, but then also, having finished the Farsight books as well, like Commander Farsight especially has lifelong beef with the orcs. Like, he just can't get a break from them. And I'm doing Farsight Enclaves, so it fits. But then there's like my Who else have I got with bodies on their things? I feel like I have some. No? I think all my knights have chaos on them. They have like chaos corpses. Because my Armiger Warglaive has got a Dead World Eater. And then I don't think my Errant has anything on there. I think he's just walking through Zinchian Wasteland. Oh, but then my Helverin has got it's got a Demon Skull on the board. Actually, is it a Demon Skull? Or I think it's just a big monster. Yeah, anyway, I haven't decided what the foe for my Tyranids are going to be. Yeah, have not gotten that far yet. Could do a building being consumed by the swamp. Yeah, I think that'd be a neat one. I'd have to figure out how to do it in such a way that it fits nicely on the board. Well, not on the board, on the base. The long and short of your homebrew is there are 2 boards. You can choose which board to deploy, and then you choose which board to deploy on, and then turn 3 you can swap between them. Also homebrewed strategy and firefight deploys and combined teams. I see. Okay, so just very much trying to make it much more of a dynamic experience. Hey, would you be running larger kill teams? I don't know if larger kill teams is a thing, or running more players in the same game to compensate for the fact that it's a larger board. Or not necessarily a larger board, but a larger playing space. Forget how many points did I end up managing to paint at that 1K speed paint challenge. Sanju, I did not finish painting any of those guys. I managed to base coat and detail like 90% of the warp spiders. So the warp spiders were looking really good. They're just missing their final details, and then I managed to base coat most of my Wraith Guard and Wraith Blades, but I didn't detail them, and then I was traumatized, and I haven't returned to them. My working back towards returning to them was me starting work on the Fire Prism, because it's part of the same army. So I'm working my way back over there. Good result then, at least to get some playable. Yeah, they had enough paint on them for me to not be completely embarrassed putting them on the table. Not necessarily embarrassed, but enough paint for me to at least tolerate putting them on the table because I really don't like playing with unpainted models if I can avoid it. Slightly larger teams, so it's going to be two different teams picked and chose to play against each other. Also be somewhat lore correct, as you'll be playing a few Warp Coven and Nemesis Claw versus Kaskin and Angels of Death. Each aren't full teams themselves, but combined they'll be larger than normal to compensate for the bigger board. Ah, righto, yeah, no, that makes sense. I assume that they would have, it would be like 40k where they would have unique rules for each kill team as well. So would you be running both unique rules, or are you picking one kill team as your primary kill team? That's what you're trying to figure out. It was you're originally going to do mostly Warp Coven rules with a few Night Lords, and he was just going to throw in some Angels of Death with some extra damage for his Kaskin. Yeah, because I'll say the way that we have done it in our like in our table for 40k, because when I first started playing, I didn't have enough Imperial Knights to play a 1k game, but I had some Tau battlesuits to pad it out. So the way that we ran it for 40k at our table was Imperial Knights was my primary army, and I had some Tau battlesuits in the army, but they didn't benefit from the Imperial Knights rule set. That's the way that we ran it. So I had the Tau units, but they didn't benefit from the Imperial Knights rule set. But then also they were kind enough to, because Tau units are incredibly dependent on their army rule to actually play the game, because they all have they all hit on 4-ups. Unless and then their army roll allows them to hit on 3-ups. They just decided to say that my Tau units do just hit on 3-ups, which in retrospect was probably too strong, because it just gave them a better version of their normal army rule, I think. But yeah, I feel like if we would do that again in the future, I would probably not do it that way, because it felt a bit too strong. But the general idea going in was just main army has its army rule, and then the secondary units don't have the army rule unless they're absolutely dependent on it. In which case, you just give it a shortened version of it. Similar to Allied rules then? Yeah, exactly. Oh, made a mess of that tooth. See if we can clean that up. It's at the point where you have to agree on a model-by-model basis, what can work and what can't work for each side. After making homebrewed strategy ploys and firefight ploys, of course. Right, yeah. I mean, like, the main thing, realistically, is you don't need to worry too much about breaking the game, as long as you break the game in a way that is fair for everybody equally. And if something seems insane in the moment, you can just like talk about it then and there. You don't need to solve all of the issues before they crop up. As long as you guys are sort of playing in good faith with each other, then I'm sure it'll be fine. Kind of annoying because he rolls more crits than anyone ever had. I was in a melee battle with someone recently and rolled 5 nat crits. Yeah, that's I know the feeling. What about the hello, by the way, Theodore. No, but one of the guys in my gaming group, but at my table, he he got these cool like they're not metal dice, but they look like they're made of metal, and they've got like skulls for the 6 and stuff. He got them for his iron hands, and the first I think I talked about this game the first time, like when it happened, because I was so fucking flabbergasted by it. But my first game against his iron hands, he's using these dice. It's his iron hands versus my Imperial Knights, and I basically just got cross-board tabled turn 1. Because he just rolled insanely, and I was just traumatized by seeing the skull face up for his 6, and it was just like, holy fuck. And then over the course of the next couple of weeks, And like we all started noticing that every time he's like rolling large amounts of these skull dice, we're seeing a lot of sixes showing up, and we got a little bit suspicious. And then after the after one game, like after one day, when half of us had gone home, he and the guy who hosts most of the games, they stayed behind and decided to just roll the dice like 200 times, and they were very clearly slightly weighted towards their sixes. And we think it's because the way that they were made is the face that has the skull on it, it's like carved in, so it's recessed out a little bit of the weight on that side, so it's more likely to be face up. And so it was just like, man, these fucking dice. And it's sad because they're cool dice and he likes them, but now he doesn't want to use them in like games with us because they are very clearly weighted towards sixes. Fucked up experience. Also, you had a single Gaunt survive against 10 intercessors for a whole 2 turns in melee. That is disgusting. That is actually just horrifying. That would traumatize a man. This guy, the first time you used Warp Covenant, you played against him, he played him as a score, had 1 guy left by the end of turn 3. It's absurd, doesn't even have cool dice either. He's too broke for that. I see. He's just blessed by the dice gods. Blessed by the Corpse Emperor, you swear, only plays Imperial Man besides his Nids and Night Lords. Maybe you're just cursed by Tzeentch. Have you ever thought of that? Very real possibility. Yo, hey Jesus. Tzeentch is famous for randomly fucking over his worshippers. Exactly. I mean, the Thousand Suns are the single most fucked over by Tzeentch in the galaxy, after all. Love your tyranids so far. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think there's like, I feel like they tend to look pretty bland for a majority of the time that I'm working on them. But I feel like there's just like, they just kind of, at least with the Neuro Tyrant, it just kind of comes together the more little details go in. Because I think I try to keep them looking pretty mundane as far as paint schemes go, because I want them to just look like creatures. I don't want them to look like crazy, like anything super crazy. I want them to look like just actual animals. And so it's just a matter of sort of adding in what little bits I can to make them look the part without going overboard. It's a fun exercise. I think I just accidentally got a lot of that on the lip of that vent. Misses turn 1 Sniper Trike Stalker and half of a 20-man blob of Necron Warriors with Orokin running your Dominus Knight against your friends and Necron, or running your Dominus Knight against your friends Necrons. I see. I mean, to be fair, I was wondering what you were going to say she used to destroy that many units in one turn with, but a Dominus Knight I can see. Like, there are a few things that have the firepower of that fucking unit. With that range as well. Like, Dominus Knights are terrifying. I really do want to get one at some point. But I've already got so many other knights that I need to get through in my backlog before I think about buying more. Volcano Cannon rolled so damn well. Damn, yeah, max damage roll. Volcano Cannons are terrifying. They're so good. I mean, the fact that she did that to a blob that had Orokin attached to it is insane. Orokin makes blobs so hard to kill. Fuck, Orokin makes a blob a bitch to kill. You need to land an average of 40 wounding attacks to kill them all with with the 4+. Minimum when they revive and use an Overlord with Resurrection Orb. Yeah, he does just say, nuh-uh. How many Tyranids have I got to paint left? Too many. Long story short, I have painted... Well, I have more unpainted Tyranids than I have painted Tyranids. Yeah. As far as the stuff that I'm looking to do in this current batch of Tyranids, it's just this guy and the Tyrannofex that I'm looking at. Yeah, my goal with Tyranids is not necessarily to get a functioning army painted up. I'm painting these guys because I enjoy painting them. And also, some of my friends also have Tyranids, and so they can always borrow these guys and use them to pad out their army if they want to play them. But yeah, this is purely just for my own enjoyment. Did I see messages earlier? No matter, good luck, mate. Oh, shit, sorry. Which ones are we going to talk about? Oh, I didn't see you saying you were going to head off and balance the homebrew stuff. Sorry, I didn't catch that one. But yeah, I'll catch you later, Juggernaut. I saw you describing the homebrew, and it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. So enjoy, mate. There we are. It's not perfect, these little dots here, but it'll do. So hard to know which model to pick, because your missus wanting to buy you something for your anniversary. So many good options. Just wanted to buy you models you don't really collect much outside the hobby beside PC parts. But you just recently got yourself a new PC. Yeah. Because your main focus is it's mainly just Tyranids that you're working on, isn't it? Because I know you've got Knights and Dark Angels and stuff, but your main line, at least at the moment, that you're doing is Tyranids, right? Because weren't you talking about how you were tossing up between... well, you were looking at getting a Gene Stealer Patriarch, weren't you? Was that you or was that Technic? I feel like one of the guys in the Discord was talking about the Gene Stealers. And the Patriarch looks so cool. You haven't painted anything besides Nids recently? Yeah. Planning a Patriarch. Yeah, I mean... oh, wait, no, but the Patriarchs are annoying, aren't they? They're in a box set, right? Like, you can't get it standalone, you have to get it with other models. It's kind of like how, Necron Crypto Thralls, you have to get them in the Royal... whatever box. There's a bug on my screen. Oh, shit. Thanks for that, Tiki. No, how you going, mate? Doing well yourself? Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, it sort of... I was having some issues for a while, but we're doing better now, I think. Just how it is sometimes, though. Speaking of which, what do I have in our collections? So the list of Tyranid or kits that I have total is it's everything that's in the Leviathan box, and then I've got a Tyrannofex and a Biovore, I think, is the other one. But the ones, as far as Tyranids that I've painted, it's this guy that I'm working on, 20 Termagants from the Leviathan box, and the Neurotyrant from Leviathan. And then I've also got the Tyrannofex assembled, but I haven't started painting him yet. You got like 30 Termagants, 10 Barbs, Tyrannofex, Biovore, Neurotyrant, 3 Zoans, 3 Venoms, all versions of the Hive Tyrant, Parasite, Mortex, 6 Von Ryan Leapers, and a Winged Tyrant. Yeah, Sunju definitely has me beat in terms of in terms of his Tyranid collection. Like, his would actually come to the total of a playable army. Mine would fall short of 1k, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and both versions of Nahorns and a Stonecrusher can't affect it. It keeps going. Kit bashed your Orc Warlord finally. I made a Tiki da Hut on a Death Killer Wartrike. Oh, nice. Cool. I might actually hop over and have a look at that after I'm done with what I've got going here today. Have you got it on like as a video on your channel or a short or something? Or if you have photos, if you put them in the minis chat, I'd be very keen to see. Just primed, not painted yet. Oh, ratto. I mean, kit bashing things in general just takes a long time to get it all put together. Very, very satisfying though. I'd say the assembly is probably the most important part of kit bashing, because you've got to make it look like it works. Copy thrown in Discord. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll have a look at it in a sec. Oh, I see Orc Shaman on Etsy get bashed into a Warlord and Death Killer, but Wartrike turned the Shaman into a Pain Boy. Oh, hang on. Yeah, okay, that's very cool. I like that a lot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, you did a really good job. He is seamless on the back there. Yeah, that's awesome. Man, orcs go so hard. If I wasn't already super invested in so many armies, I would be, like, pulling at the leash trying to stop myself from buying orcs. Kit bashing trucks is dangerously addictive. I can imagine. I feel like just kit bashing anything orc would be so fun, because you can just throw all reason to the wind, just like ignore anything that makes sense and just have fun making something that looks absolutely ridiculous. Keep rescuing rhinos from eBay that are incomplete or damaged. I mean, they would make a great source of parts just to make some wild stuff. And you could probably also do some Gene Stealer stuff with salvaged rhinos. Back, just join the Discord. Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, yeah, I think that if you like looking at minis and stuff, like there's a lot of really good painters in the Discord. Like half the people in the Discord just absolutely put me to shame. So there's lots of really cool stuff you can learn from in there if that's the sort of thing you're interested in. Highly recommend the mini channel. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've lowered the average painting skill. Hey, with time you can easily bring it up. Like, if you want to get better at painting, the main obstacle really is just consciously deciding to get better. Like, I feel like the times when I've actually gotten better at painting, it's like I've spent so long painting, and it's really easy to just paint things without really improving for a long time, just because you fall into a pattern of things that you want to do. But then you have, like, you see something cool done and you're like, hey, I want to try do that. And it's like when you consciously try to do something new, that's when you learn so much more. The average is skewed by Twisted, can't lie. Yeah, it's pretty hard to drag the average down. Like, you would need to be a pretty significant outlier to bring the average painting skill down, and we have Twisted regularly posting the insane shit he's working on in there. That's the issue with your Space Marines. You paint them to improve and end up burning out trying new techniques, which is why you like Tyranids so much. Yeah, Tyranids are so good just as, like, a decompressor. That was, like, for me, my Imperial Knights, like my main Imperial Knights, are my, they're where I go when I want to, like, really try to go as far as I can. And it's really, like, just because I put so much time into them, it's hard to, like, stay really focused on it, because I'll put so much time into something for one model, and then it's like, okay, I just need to paint a bug. I just want to paint a bug now. Yeah, I think the Carroburg Crimson is going to be really good over the fleshy bits that we've got. I don't think it does everything we want it to do, but it definitely does a lot. Is it probably your favorite Space Marine you've ever painted? Righto, one sec, I'll check it out. What have we got? He's a little out of focus, so I can't say too much, but I can definitely see that a lot of work has gone in on that shield there. Yeah, the like doing detailing on things like this, like those shields, is so much fun, and I can see that you've gone with a few different metallics in there, like the bridging bits between the center where the skull is and the detailing around the edges of the shield. I can see you've got the silver connecting it. Like, yeah, that is some of my favorite stuff, is going in and doing all those really fine details. So that's a thumbs up from me. See a sneaky little lector in the... Oh, yeah, true. Green looks so good, so organic. Yeah, I wish I could say this took me a lot of time and effort, Tiki, but unfortunately, I just dry brushed and then just put snakebite, like thinned down snakebite leather over it. It's really, it really wasn't, it wasn't the most creative achievement of my painting career. But yeah, I do really like the scheme. So what faction am I fighting against my Tyranids? I still haven't decided what I'm going to be putting on their bases as, like, their opponent. One sec. I've just noticed some black paint in the ferrule of this brush, and I really want to try to remove some of that, because some of the bristles are splitting. Yuck. Disgusting. Okay, this should be good. Yeah, so let's just see how the Carberg Crimson goes, putting this into the flesh vents. I'm pretty confident that this is the sort of finish that we'll want. Yeah, I think it's going to give it that little bit of depth that we'll want. And then I might put a tiny bit of white ink or something in there. Just to give it a bit of contrast as well. All of our really fleshy bits, we're just going to get this on it. And yeah, we'll probably gloss varnish it as well at the end. See, the autofocuser gets that weird effect because your camera's kind of broken. Yeah, rip. But regardless, I can definitely see how much work you've put into it. Oh, I can see you put some more photos in there. I can see the lictor peeking over the back there. Oh yeah, I can see the the smearing on your camera. Oh yeah, no, you can see a little bit better in that last one. Yeah, no, I do like it. I haven't seen many people do Space Marines in that sort of rose gold color scheme. So yeah, quite cool. See, this is why I like seeing like what other people are working on, because you can see like all the different cool color schemes that people go for. Yeah. I do think that starting the like the Discord has been very good for just like market research for seeing like how other people paint their stuff. Did some shots of the lictor by itself. Oh wow, okay, that is holy shit. That is a meaty looking guy. Very cool. But like, your camera is so fucked. I feel like your camera somehow got worse after the first photos. That like these new ones are insane. But yeah, no, that is a freaky looking guy. Really like the way you've done all like the way your the wash that you've used has really pulled in all of the little meaty bits of him. Very cool. I think maybe a little bit darker. I was sort of going on the conservative side of application here. I was sort of holding a bit back because I didn't want to go too heavy on the Carroburg Crimson. But I think just getting a little bit more of it in there for the deep bits is really good. Getting some of your leapers. Oh, the camera quality suddenly got a lot better. Yeah, nice. I do really like... Okay, the little bias here. I do like the black carapace. That's also just because it's... that's what my scheme is black carapace. Yeah, I definitely think the glossy look it has when it's wet is awesome. So these bits I'm definitely going to be putting some gloss varnish over. Going a bit too thick there. So we'll just need to pull a little bit of this back. Just like that. That'll be good. Just keep going here. I'm thinking maybe I do a really heavy wash of Carroburg Crimson on the underside of the carapace here, like where it's like the bit that's sort of textured like a crab shell there. I think that might look quite nice because this is going to be a more organic part of the carapace. Yeah, let's just give this a shot now while I'm looking at it. So we get a big blob of our wash on the brush. And just try to push it into those recesses where we can. You want to bring it up to the edge, but not really emphasize it. I think maybe a bit too heavy here. Still on the screen, make it easy. Yeah, the goal is to see if we can get him finished up today, Silver. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I think having this this wash on the underside will sort of be nice for giving it like just a little bit of extra something. Like it's going to be a not really noticeable section of it, but I will know. And I think it sort of goes well with the texture of the underside there. It is a little bit more organic there, but then the top face, I do think I want it to be a bit cooler. I'm just going to hold this upside down like this for a bit so that it doesn't flow out and pool where I don't want it to pool. Be putting your avatar together later tonight, and stream the putting together of the Red Angel Angeron. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, the avatar of Cain was a surprisingly simple and surprisingly fun build. Because I think I've mentioned this before, but I'm so used to big models like armigers and battle suits and stuff being like 3 or 4 sheets, and just like an absolute pain to put together, like lots of little fiddly bits. But the Avatar of Cain, I think it was like 1 sheet, and they were all like nice big chunks that just went together really easily. It was a surprisingly simple build for a really cool model. Yeah, sorry, you can't really see a lot of what I'm doing right now because it's sort of hidden behind the base here. Oh, yeah, look at that. The Caribou Crimson drying on the underside of the carapace now. That looks really nice. Yeah, I like that. Why is Caribou Crimson so good? What's up? Yo, hey, Overboard. Caribou Crimson carries your nids army so hard. I don't know why it's so good. It's, like, it has no business being this good of a color. I like how everyone's like marveling at how dog shit Theodore's camera is. And then Sanju suggests, have you tried taking some front camera photos? And then Theodore, you just ignore him, post some more of the ones with like all the spots on them. No. Anyway. Hey. Yeah, we're almost there with the flesh vents for most of his body. And then I'm gonna do what I was originally going to do, which is Carroburg Crimson over these things on it, over these, I don't even know what to refer to these as, like ridges, crests, spines, vents, things on his back. Yeah, I'm gonna go over them in Carroburg Crimson anyway, and just see if it shifts the color of them more towards the sort of thing that I'm imagining. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to reevaluate what we want to do with them. Just tried and took you like 5 minutes and the quality's not even that great. Yep, rip. Oh, that's a nice clear shot of the hands there. Yeah, very cool. So you can take good photos, but only when they're sideways, I see. I mean, as long as you've you got something that works. Okay, so then we'll do the little dots on his head there. I don't even know what these little holes are for, because they're not ears, because he's got them on his legs as well. Well, I guess he could have ears on his legs. Just be a bit of an odd place to have them. I mean, elephants sort of have ears on their feet. But they're not really ears as such. Their feet are just really good at, like, detecting tremors and shit. Oh, actually, these little bumps here. I feel like I should have coated these little bumps in, our reds as well. It wouldn't be a me mini if I didn't paint every little, or every single little detail that I see on there. I need to use a smaller brush for this. The big brush, the bristles aren't nice enough. I'm pretty sure I did this sort of thing for the Neuro Tyrant as well, so it's consistent at least. Remember the models you post in the Discord are your best paint jobs? Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with posting your best stuff. And look, I think they look good. Don't get too down on yourself, mate. If you feel like you're not up to par, if that's why you're sort of hedging it by saying, remember these are your best. Like, hey, there's like if you want to get better, there's always room to improve. Everyone's got to start somewhere as well. You know what guys are what compared to them? Yeah, I mean, again, like, at least they're painted. I would say that I would rather see, like, I would rather see someone who has made the effort to go and paint all of their models, even if it doesn't look great. I'd rather see that than someone who is too scared to pick up the brush and paint because they're scared that they won't look good. I still don't know what to do with his tail dick. It's actually the worst. Like, what is that? Like, that's gotta be a bone spike there, right? But I don't want to paint it... because... it's so bad. It's nasty. Ah, well, okay. Let's ignore the tail dick for a bit again. We ignore our problems and hope they go away. Let's see how the Carroburg Crimson goes on these fleshy bits on his back here. See if these, if this does what I want it to do. Maybe. This might be the sort of effect I want. Let's see. I think it's still a little too dark for what I want. But the color itself is quite nice. Bit too much crimson there. Whoops. See if we can sort of smear that around and clean it up. Good techniques, Tyrannofex. Did you just post another photo of it? I feel like I've seen... Yeah, that That's what I mean, Theodore. Like, half the people in my Discord are just actual psychos. I don't know how, but it's actually just beautiful. I don't quite know if this is the sort of color I want these to be. It's kind of cool, but I'm not certain. I'm thinking maybe we just go bone. I'm thinking bone is the way to go. And like, maybe we could go bone with Carroburg Crimson on it, just to get it looking a bit more organic. Because Carroburg Crimson does get some really nice effects on bone. Go to get 3 Carnifexes and make that old one-eye behemoth schemed. As in I've got to do that? Why would I make him behemoth though? I gotta make him one of my bug boys. Well, actually, I guess I'd be happy to do old one-eye as a unique thing because he's a named Tyrannid. Is Old One-Eye originally from Hive Fleet Behemoth? Do we know what Hive Fleet he's from? Or is it just like an unnamed just guy that's shown up? Law accurate also means you're going into the footsteps of Yun Technic. He's Behemoth. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd be chill with doing Old One-Eye as Behemoth. It's like how, for my Elder, I did Lycus as her standard color scheme rather than doing her in Eandon colors. Because that's what it is. But you can lore fluff anything to make him a different fleet. Oh, yeah, no. I think that I like the idea of doing the, named characters in their traditional colors. Just a chill bug tagging along. He's along for the ride. He was frozen on Calth and has popped up in random spots ever since. Oh yeah, no, I was aware he was frozen, didn't know, but I didn't know what fleet he was originally part of. And do we know if he's like a standard Tyranid, where he's like a bioform that just gets rebuilt over and over again? Or is he the same Tyrannofex that's just been floating around and somehow traveling from planet to planet? Yeah. I wasn't sure how I was going to like this, but I think I like having the Carroburg Crimson on the claws like this. Gives them a little bit more interest. What else was I going to do? In terms of doing the fleshy undertones in between his ribs, let's just see what the Carroburg Crimson looks like on its own without having a base layer to go over, just over the dark sections. Yeah, no, I think what we'll do is, yeah, we will need to get a little bit of ink or something in there. So I think that'll be our next step. We'll be getting a very thinned down white ink and dabbing it into the ribs and also dabbing it into the flesh vents so that we can then go over that with, well, at least in the ribs, go over it with the Carroburg Crimson. I think the flesh vents we might be able to leave it be. But I'm just going to quickly go and refill my glass of water before we get started on that. So I will be right back. One sec. Okay. I'm back. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think just I think we must be nearing the end of winter here in Australia, because since last night I've already come across 3 or 4 different baby huntsman spiders around the house. So either they're waking up from hibernation, or I don't know how they work, if they like the adults hibernate, or if they just lay eggs and the eggs hang around and like for most of winter and then start to hatch as it warms up. I don't know how it works, but yeah, I think we're getting back into spider season, which is fun. Get to see the little guys. We might get some more Huntsman Spider debuts on stream at some point. Because we've had that happen twice, haven't we? Where we've had like a full, we've had like full-grown Huntsman walk onto my desk and then just die. Okay, just watering down some white ink. And let's try this on an inconspicuous spot first. So let's try like down here. I'll get this back in focus. There we are. See how this goes. Maybe I should have done this before the before using the crimson. Yeah, I should have done this before the Caribou Crimson, I think. I think this is also just still quite a bit too thick, a bit too dense. So we'll pull back most of that. Yeah, I think I probably just had a bit too much there. If I pull back a majority of this. Yeah, maybe not quite what I want. Yeah, I think instead of white ink for this, we've got to find a different solution. Either that or we just use significantly less. Let's try a much smaller brush. And just very gently introduce it into the cracks there. I'm still not quite sure if this is what we want. Yeah. Don't think this is the sort of finish that we want from it. Honestly, I think that maybe, at least for the flesh vents, we just leave it as is, and then just with the gloss varnish over the top, that will be plenty. I reckon we leave our flesh vents as they are. And just a gloss varnish will be all we need. Because they've already got high points and low points. If I wanted to do the white ink, that should have been step 1. And then we go from there. But since I didn't do that, that's just not on the table. Cat ate your footed. Is that your food or your foot? Hello, by the way, Mac. How do you Terminators look? I have not had a look in the Mendes channel in a little bit. One sec. Yeah, pretty good. It's hard to tell through the smears, but they look clean. Yeah. Like Technic said, I reckon for things like the Power Fist and the weapons, if you get a bit of variation or depth on them, I think they could go really hard. I think the Power Fist being a single color can sort of it doesn't, or it sort of, it makes it look quite separate from the rest of the guy's body. But as far as their armor goes, it looks pretty good, yeah. Rhino Knights. Because I was very invested in painting this guy yesterday, Mac. I was on a roll. So for this, we don't need it to be too strong. It's just going to be enough that we can get a little bit of color in there when we come back with the Carroburg Crimson. Howdy, hey Technic. How you going, mate? Gotta get to sleep, bye everyone. Righto, I'll catch you later, Theodore. Have a good night, mate. Okay, yeah, I reckon once we get the Carroburg Crimson over these, or into the ribs here, I think this will look quite nice. Hopefully. just a little worried about how the white ink does leave quite a clear sort of splotchy edge where it has like at its edge there. I'm hoping that the Carroburg Crimson, I can build it in such a way that it sort of hides that. I might need to go quite heavy with it. Inks are fun to play around with. Oh, they are, yeah. Doing solid. If you want to paint anything, been thinking about what to paint for the big old one of the year painting. Oh, the big old 1 year of painting. Yeah. What have you got on you in your backlog that you haven't touched yet? Like, what's the short list, do you think, for your 1 year celebration? Every demon Primarch I see. That is a pretty significant short list. If you don't own it, Phobic owns it and wants you to paint them, right? I'd say out of the Demon Primarchs, my favorites in terms of their models, it's got to be Angron and Mortarion. Those are the best two. Like, I like Magnus, but his model, it doesn't hold a candle to those two. Like, the Fulgrim one is pretty cool, but Angron and Mortarion models are just insane. This isn't quite the result I was hoping for from this. Perhaps I will need to reevaluate the plan. Put a lot of effort into your Fulgrim kit bash, not done yet though, still needs still to get much better at green stuff. Yeah. I wish I had the motivation to learn how to green stuff more in depth. think this is probably a better version of what I was initially trying. I think we do this, and then a little bit of the Carroburg Crimson on top of that will be nice. Well, it is looking a little pink when I go super thin like this. I guess that isn't too bad. Main thing I should just be concerning myself with is keeping it clean. Recently purchased the red paint cover that dispelled, and you have no idea what for when you wrote it down. You didn't know. you didn't write why. I see. So well, I mean, you've got the paint now. You'll remember eventually, or maybe you won't. Maybe whatever you were originally going to use it for, you will have improvised something else, and then you'll never find out what it was you were going to use that red paint for. Hey, I initially wasn't too sure about this. It didn't seem all that great. But I think as I get more coverage, it's starting to look better. Yeah, I think I do like this. I wasn't too sure about it, but I think it's pretty good. Do need to get a little bit more contrast medium though. And yeah, after this bit, I think we will do the bone color on the things on the back there. And then figure out what we're gonna maybe then we do the do the bone on the back on the back ridges, spines, vents, things, whatever they are, crests. And then maybe do our gloss varnish on the flesh vents. Actually, maybe we'll do the gloss varnish on the fleshy bits first. I want to do that now. Just because I know that will look good. Yeah, while the red on his chest dries, let's start doing the gloss varnish on his fleshy bits. Oop, that one. Not the one. That's the one. Focus back in there. There we are. Yeah, when they're like, it looks so good when it's got that wet look to it. Definitely all it needed, I think. Because we've already got the highlights and lowlights for this. Four or five bodies have the first highlight when all body highlights done. Once the armor's done, you also have to do the eyes on the guns, not doing the pupils because you can't be asked highlights on the gun, fighting the brain, the claws. I wish I was that efficient with my with my painting. I guess it helps it because you're doing a bunch of same models. You only need to put a lot of thought into the first one so that you could figure out the process, and then it's just repeating that. Whereas I'm doing single big models, so every model is like I'm doing the slow process. But I think I'm also just coping. I just it is a well-established fact that I take forever to do everything. You're like 3 days of painting for 5 barbs. I mean, I think that's pretty good time. If about a day's been wasted trying to remember how you do need guns and deciding what to do with what shit and what order works best. Yeah, all of my time is just me wasting time thinking about, oh, maybe this could be good, and then I do it, I'm like, no, this was not good. We go back. just need to do the varnish for the undersides of these arms now. Yeah, the reason I've decided to do the gloss varnish now is because it's one of the things that I know will make a very big difference for very little effort, and it will make me feel better about how this is turning out. Because I'm at a bit of an impasse where I'm like, it looks okay. There are bits I'm not happy with though, so I just want to like get bits that I am very happy with so that I can I can look at it and go, okay, it's savable. Yeah, because I'm still maybe not 100% sold on how I did the chest. And it's kind of hard to go back on it. Looking great already without it, just have to paint the penis and he's all done. I refuse to paint the penis. It is actually so nasty. I just don't know what to do with it. Like, do I turn it into a bone spike? The issue is it's got the fucking foreskin bump. And it would look weird if I didn't paint it. Hey Dipper, how you going, mate? You just painted yours black and then dry brush bone. The less you look at it, the better. Fair enough. Yeah, I am keen to see what these fleshy bits are gonna look like once the varnish is dried. I'm sort of avoiding looking back at the bits that I've already painted, so that by the time I get to the end of doing all of the flesh vents, I can sort of like pull it back and just have a look at all of them together. I know they're gonna look good, but if I avoid looking, then that means that when I do have a look, and it does look good, it'll feel even better. It'll be like, oh yeah! Lost another paint pot today, very sad. As in just knocked it over? Or literally lost it? I assume you mean you knocked it over. Happens to the best of us. Who was it who knocked over the pot of Nuln oil? Was it Nuln oil, or it was either Nuln oil or a pot of contrast paint, wasn't it? Someone had knocked one of those over. That would that like really liquidy ones like that would absolutely suck. You've done that? Right, yeah. That would actually be the worst. Thankfully, I have yet to knock over any paint pots. But I have knocked over my plastic cement, actually. Thankfully, not on my desk. It was inside my spray booth because I was doing some work over there. So, didn't ruin any nice surfaces. But I did lose about half of my plastic cement. Thankfully, since the pot is it's like that Tamiya square thing, it didn't lose a lot of it because it trapped. Like if it was cylindrical, I would have lost fucking all of it. But thankfully, I only just lost it down to the point where it stopped being able to pour out of the nozzle because of the square shape of the pot. Games Workshop better count his days because he doesn't have many left. It was contrast too. Oof. Yep, that would suck. My condolences, good sir. Hello, Shelley, how are you? Hey, Noah. Yeah, not too bad. How are you, mate? Doing alright, giveaway win. Never, sir. That is not happening. Expecting a good old, call you, call you impressed. Well, I mean, I'm done playing around. It's not happening. Can't keep the poor kid in purgatory forever. Sometimes he's just got to learn. Am I planning on dry brushing anything on the curtain, or do I plan to leave it a messy blackish color? I want to leave it... Well, I don't want to dry brush anything on it. I'm thinking of potentially putting a very faint, a very thin contrast over it, like Pilar Glacier, where it doesn't really change the color a lot, but it would just give it a bit of a blue hue to it. But I do like the relatively messy sort of matte black finish. Like, it looks really nice. Just like... I don't know, it just like... It just has, like, presence on the table. Like, I really like how it looks from a distance. Because it's like... It's black, but it's not just like a void, because you can still see the texture of the bone color peeking through it, which I quite like. But there's definitely work that can be done on it just to make it a bit more impressive. I just have yet to figure out exactly what that is. Okay. I think... Oh no, I missed a couple there. We've just about done all of the flesh vents aside from the ones on the top ridges there, which we haven't painted yet. think this is the last one. Because we've done the undersides. Yeah, okay, yeah, I really do like how the fleshy bits look when they've got that little bit of that wet look to them. It's very nice. Oh, actually, there's some fleshy bits inside the carapace there, which I think will go very nicely with a little bit of sheen to them. I think it'll work especially nicely in here because not a lot of light gets in there. So the little bit of sheen that comes out of there, I think will be really nice. Yeah, I like that. And so now, next bit will be see if we can salvage the chest here. I think Carroburg Crimson darkening it up might be all that we need. And then maybe a little bit of the gloss on that as well. Or maybe a satin instead of a gloss. If I just pull this through. Okay, yeah, Carroburg Crimson just saves the day yet again. Games Workshop's best product. Actually, maybe it's tied with Agrex's Earthshade. May have put a little bit too much there. Okay, yeah, and I think we will put the gloss varnish on this now, just seeing how the Carroburg Crimson makes this look while it's wet, having the gloss peeking through from between the dry ribs will look really nice. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of, like, it's not blatantly obvious the difference between the two halves of the ribcage we've got here with the Caribou Crimson and without, but I think just that little bit of extra depth and just it slightly darker really goes a long way. What's up, everyone? Hey, Rebellion. How you going, mate? Tired but happy for your 3-day weekend. Nice. Can't go wrong with a long weekend. First day is probably going to be collapsing and sleeping all day. Second day will be sleeping half the day, and then third day will be spent wondering where the first 2 days went. Local game store is having a buy two get one free sale, so you're stopping in tomorrow. Oh, nice. Okay, I think now we come back through and we'll do our gloss varnish. Because yeah, as soon as the Caribou Crimson dried, the ribcage suddenly looked a lot less nice. So it definitely is the wet look that makes these fleshy bits really look nice. Yeah, the gloss varnish is the secret sauce. Yeah, I definitely think especially for my my color scheme, where the colors are all a little bit, like they're all very mundane and muted and sort of a bit shit, I think texture is the most important way to make things look nice. Because I don't have a lot of super high contrast or anything to really draw attention. So it comes down to like making things look wet, and like certain things look wet and certain things look dry to really draw attention. Am I still going to try and do that glow effect on the gill-like thing? I'm thinking we'll give it a shot, yeah. I just need to figure out what color we actually want to go with for the ridges on his back. I think if we go and if we try to make it look more fleshy, it will go well with the idea of making them glow with the psychic scream. Maybe what I do is I make them red and fleshy, like these fleshy bits, and then in the flesh gills, or in the flesh vents, that's where I show the energy. So I have the have these like bright and red, and then we'll have the energy coming through here and out the top. Whoops, there was still some wet crimson there that I just mixed with my gloss varnish. Okay. Let's just pull this back and get it back in focus, see how it looks. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, I like that, having like the shiny meat peeking through the chest there. Oh, actually, yeah. It gives it so much. It gives it so much depth, like so much body. It makes it feel like there's actually a huge lump of meat in there. Especially since it's shiny, but the ribs on top aren't. Oh, I'm like actually, my brain is like actually seeing a shape there that isn't there. That's awesome. Okay, so sorry, I need to stop. I was just doing that, and I just couldn't stop myself from just panning it back and forth, and just looking at the way the the light reflects off it. It's so nice. Okay, so next up will be yeah, let's figure out what we're doing with this guy's bloody spine. I think the goal is going to be, yeah, let's do it all in bone, and then let's do it all in bone, and then build it towards a flesh color, and then do the energy through the vents and the holes. I think that's the go. You just want to be careful not to contaminate the carapace, because I'm very happy with how it looks. Probably don't need to go too close to the bottom, because we don't need to get perfect coverage. Just need to get like 99% of the way there. It's going to be fleshy, so it doesn't need to be perfectly even or anything. Genuinely hard to know which model to ask for, damn. Yeah, I also very much struggle with the issue of when people want to give me presents, I'm like, I don't fucking know, what do you mean? Yeah, I am a chronic pain in the ass to buy things for. Love bigger bugs, but have Still have still have some to paint and want swarm, but don't want to be overwhelmed with too many. Lean towards Tyrannofex brood, but still has a problem of not knowing how much longer till they get refreshed. New idea with an ancient kit that it's a cunt to put together. Maybe a lictor or two. What about Neurothictor time? Surely. Like, that option is always there, remember? Neurolictor is cool as well. Don't make me repeat myself. You know that's not what I said. Deathleap is peak too. Would rather do basic lictors before the big boss. Very good problem. That have you must say. Wait, what's this about? Oh, right, yeah. No, but yeah, otherwise there's the Patriarch as well. If there is a way to get it that doesn't involve having to go through the big fucking box, or not the big fucking box, but like the multi-pack of them, where it comes with like his buddies. Like the Patriarch is a really cool model. £15 solo buy on Troll Trader. Oh. Cheap as chips? Okay. Great shit, and the problem is most are painted, but easy model to strip anyway. Oh, okay, right, yeah. That is that is a bit of a problem. Like yeah. It's half the fun is assembling and painting it yourself, like going from the beginning. It's like all my minis are my babies. I've raised them from when they were but a flat sheet of plastic. Besides Leviathan, what Tyranids have I got sat away waiting to be built and painted? Beyond Leviathan, it's just the Tyrannofex and a Biovore. Those are the only other Tyranids that I have. Couldn't imagine selling a painted mini. Yeah, I'd like... It's not even about, like, whether or not it would, like, fetch money. Like, even if I needed the money, it wouldn't be worth it for me. It's like, it's a sentimental thing. Like, the amount of money that I would get paid for it, like, surely it wouldn't be worth it. Like, if I were to sell this Screamer Killer, like, there is no world in which I get paid enough money for, like, well, sorry, I guess there's no world in which anyone is willing to pay money that I would find appropriate for the, like, the value I place on this. Because it's not just the time investment, but it's like, well, it's a mixture of the time investment that I put into painting it, the value of the model, and the, just like, yeah, the sentimental value of it, where it's like, yeah, it just would not be worth it in any circumstance. Biovore is a cool little guy. Apparently one of them and 3 Pyrovores is a good way to build 4 of those kits. Because the is it the Biovore, the one that sets up the spore mines, or is that a different one? That's the Biovore, isn't it? There's definitely models you can sell for good money, but nowhere near good when you consider the care and time. Yeah, that, like that's the thing, is like, with the amount of time invested in them, if you sell them, that you're getting, like, 9 times out of 10, I imagine, for most people, selling a model, you are getting less value than working a retail job for the same amount of time that you put into painting that model. And yeah, I'm not too fussed about, like, the patchiness and streakiness that we're getting on this bone layering here. As long as it doesn't look like brush strokes, I'm fine. Because it's gonna get turned into flesh anyway. I will need to get more paint on my palette though, because it started to dry out. Look at Gene Steelers and you can see all their chitin being a dry brush job. It's very flat and square. Don't think it would work well with my highlights. Right. I'm just putting some drops of water on top of my wet pellets so that I can thin out the bone that I've just measured out. Because I want it to be quite thin. I'm very nervous every time I go near the bottom edge of these crests. I get really nervous that I've thinned my the bone paint too much and it's gonna just dribble and run across the chitin. That would make me cry. As I say that, I go and make a mistake over here, just dunking some of it down onto my chitin like an absolute fool. Freaky bone paint dribbling. Yeah, no, it's scary. It's like the Ushabti bone, I really like the color, but you need to thin it down a lot because it's super dense on its pigments and it clumps a lot and dries quite quickly. But it's a really nice color. Like, I've probably thinned it down more than I need to. Like, normally I wouldn't be using it this thin. But I want it, like, I'm using it this thin now because it sort of gives it an uneven texture while it still remains relatively organic in the way it sort of spreads rather than getting all patchy. And it means that it'll pool in the recesses where I want it to be brighter for when we go through and do the glowing stuff. Yeah, almost there, and then I won't have to do any more of the stressful bone color near my nice clean chitin. Because from there it'll just be contrasts and washes, which are easier to fix if I accidentally get them on the chitin. Oh, shit. The one thing I was scared of doing. Ugh. And this paint dries so fast. No. Come on. Stopped paying attention for a moment, and then I just brushed it directly on. Got rid of the worst of it, but I know that that mistake is there. I might be able to cover it over with a little bit of black contrast, so it might not be the worst, but it's frustrating. Looking forward to a big casino cannon boy getting painted. What is big casino cannon boy? This guy's arm is quite wobbly. Yo, yo, yo. Hello. How you going, mate? The Tyrannofex? Ah, right, yeah. I wasn't sure if you were referring to the Tyrannofex or not, because he does have a big cannon. Just not sure where the casino part came from. Apparently either snipes one model off the table or misses everything. Ah, I see. I get, yeah. That does make sense, because it's low hit attack, or low number of attacks. Really high damage weapon. I don't think that quite approaches the casino status of the Tau Supremacy Railgun, the one that's attached to the Tidewall gun platform, which hits on 5-ups and doesn't have the Tau Empire keyword, so it can't get the +1s to hits from spotting targets. So it's pretty much always just a 5-up to hit. Like the shit of rod in his arms, is that meant to be his flesh? Yeah, one sec. I'll just quickly, I'll finish up this crest that we're doing here, and then I'll show you what we've got so far. Yeah, just want to finish this bit that we're doing now before the paint dries, just so that the finish is relatively even. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so, I'll just pull this back here, make sure I don't accidentally touch any of the wet paint. Yeah, so this is what we got so far. Yeah, the sort of glossy reds that we've got in there, that's his like all of his fleshy bits that are sort of peeking through. So I've done it for the little, the Tyranids have like, they always have these weird flesh vents here, and I really like, so yeah, I've got those ones that are all in like the sort of the wet red, and then his ligaments are also all done in the same sort of glossy red, and then we've got the contents of his rib cage there, which I really like. Just looks like a big cube of meat in there. Yeah. Coming along quite nicely. And we're going to do similar sort of stuff for the, these ridges on his back. I'm going to make them look like they're made of meat as well. And then we'll have some energy charging through them because he's about to, or because he's doing a psychic scream. We just need to let the bone that we've just done on his back dry. I'm just wondering what else I can do to sort of build interest on him. I guess while we wait for that to dry, what we can do is I can give the Pilar Glacier a try on an inconspicuous point, just to see if it gives us that sort of finish that I was hoping it would give us. The thing is, it's quite cool, and the nice thing about his his sort of mottled carapace is that it's got a warmer shade showing through it. So my only concern is that the Pilar Glacier might offset the finish that we've got going. But I'll just give it a shot down here. Yeah, I don't quite think this is the sort of thing that we want. Yeah, it's a bit inconsistent. Not the shade that we want to build in there. Let's get rid of that. Let's see. Actually, I wonder what Agrax Earthshade would come up as. Because that actually might be all we need. Because that'll be the right sort of tone. I don't know. I'm not sure. Although it could be good to do it for the parts that aren't his back, and then have his back remain like this. Fuck it, let's give it a try. That's a bit too much, so let's try just a thinner application of it. Although this is making it not look black anymore. Yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. We need to abort. Just with water on the brush, just remove as much of that as possible. Yeah, because the nice thing about the black is it's quite neutral. And I think by putting any kind of glaze over the top there, it sort of... It kills the contrast that it gives against his more organic looking belly. So yeah, I reckon for the carapace, we might just leave it as is. Have these dried? They do seem to have. So, what do we do in order to get that to flesh color? Do we just go straight onto it with the, I think we just go straight onto it with our, Blood Angel's Red. Just need to make sure we try to keep this as smooth as possible. If there's any brush strokes that are visible through this, it will be quite unpleasant. Glimble Short Yakuza. Tupala Thimbalino. Ginbalawichi Jub Jub Wonderhan. Ugalon Vinticolor. Pendego Balathin. Shinbrigo Glom Glom. Oop, I think I just got a little bit of paint on my microphone somehow. Do I have an air purifier? No. What would I need an air purifier for? Help with the toxic fumes? These are acrylic paints. They don't have any fumes. They are odorless. Like when I'm doing airbrushing, I wear a mask and I do that I do that with in an air booth, in a spray booth, which has an extractor, which takes all the particles outside. About 3D printing. Yeah, I 3D print. I put that thing in my bathroom with the extraction fan on and the door shut, and I do that during the day, and then I leave. Once it's done, I will leave it in there for like an hour after it's finished just to continue extracting, and then I let it air out before I have a shower. The 3D printing is very nasty. Okay, yeah, I think this will be good. It doesn't look like meat yet, but we've got a couple of layers of things that'll need to go on it to make it look like meat. Hello, Reese. How you going, mate? Yeah, you just need to do the other 3 now. Yeah, it's fiddly trying to do these because I still want to avoid making a mess of the chitin. Looks like I will need to measure out a little bit more of our red paint as well. The remaining stuff on my palette here started to dry out. That should be good. Ribbit, Ribbit, welcome back, Jesus. Man, these sections are like... I don't know why they're so much more time consuming than the other bits that I've done. It can't just be a matter of surface area, because like... the surface area isn't even that crazy. I think it must just be the shape and the fact that I'm having to be careful not to hit the surrounding sections. Because I feel like just putting the layers of red on these parts is so slow going. One gun fully highlighted, just missing the bone barb and yellow eyes. I wish I was making that kind of progress. I think this is my third attempt at figuring out what these things in his back are going to be. Because originally they were just going to be bone, then they were going to be like the same flesh as his body, and now they're like actual flesh. I'm hoping that this time this is the this is the correct choice. Accidentally just made a little bit of a mess as well. Got some of the red on the carapace there, so just need to clean that back a little bit. Just about got our first red coat done for these dudes, and then we'll come back through with the Carroburg Crimson. Need input on the gun and general highlights. I'll send me fix in a sec. Right out. Yeah, I will have a look in a moment. Just trying to finish up this little section here as well. Just looking at this though, I do think I like the the red coming out of his back. I think that I definitely want to make it look more wet though. Right now it's like Hive Fleet Kraken almost. Also, since past you did a shit job of painting the kite in black and black before the blue contrast, bug ones are going to be less contrasting and lighter than all your other bugs, but will be very subtle. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably at the level where you're the only person who will notice that unless it's specifically pointed out to people. That's always how those things are. Not what you thought I had in store for those chimneys. So they are going to be... There's going to be more to them, because I'm going to then hit them with Carroburg Crimson, try to knock them back, and then we're going to have the energy, like, coming out of the vents and the top there. Because I want them to look like they're made of meat, was, like, the main thing. So this is step 1 to the meat color. Yeah, right now they just kind of like look like they've been taken off off the back of a Hive Fleet Kraken Hive Tyrant. Yeah, we'll let that dry. But I think as far as composition-wise, I do like the placement of the color. I think it goes really well. But texture-wise, I don't think it's quite there. Actually, yeah, I actually really like the way the red looks on the back there. It helps a lot in just breaking it all up. They could have a mixture of Hive Fleet parts and schemes. Maybe. No, I want this to be like some icky, like just like flesh protrusions coming up through the carapace. Barbgaunts posted. Righto, yeah, I'll have a look at it then while I let this guy dry. What have we got? I just need to go to main monitor with this one so I can have a better look. Ooh. Yeah, man, why does the chitin always look so beautiful? Yeah, that is so nice. I know you say it doesn't take you that long, but that look, the amount of patience that it would take to do that, I do not have. Even like the base layer, the base black of it is really nice. Before you, like the base black blue, before you then come back with your mid blue for halfway, and then your brightest blue for the edges. Yeah, so nice. The red once again reminds you of a Black Widow on the arms of an Orb Weaver. Yeah, like, it's just the way it, like, black and red just always go so nicely together. You just gotta do that 4 more times. Awesome! Yippee! The joys of army painting. This is why we like big minis. Because you do it once, and then you're happy with it, and you probably won't have to do it that many more times. And then you can move on and figure out something fun for something different. Then 5 more times when you do the other squad after a big buck or 2. Pain. I'm just gonna Once again, change the angle here. There we are, that'll be good. Why is Carroburg Crimson the best? Like, it's so subtle, but at the same time, it just does everything you need it to do. I think Yoda might be finish these guys, paint the Swarm Lord, do Spore Mines, Neurotyrant tokens, and then the remaining 5 Barb Gaunts. Good thing is you never plan on having more than 10 Barb Gaunts. Yeah, I don't envy you. I like painting Tyranids, but I don't think I have the force of will to paint an army of Tyranids. At least as like a primary goal. 10 years from now, I might have 2k points of Tyranids painted and ready to go. It's only taken more than double what your Termagants took. Well, I mean, you want to spend more time on the bigger models than the Termagants anyway. You think the second batch will only take you an hour or so each. That is optimistic. I know every time I make predictions like that, they always turn out to be wrong by by a matter of days. But that is me we're talking about. And eventually you take a break and finish your Terminator Chaplain, probably do some regular Space Marines. You've not painted any this year, but finishing off those snipers you started 2024. Yeah, I mean, maybe I need to go and paint Space Marines again. That's... we need an influx of new viewers. gotta go to the Space Marine shop. Pick up some new Warhammer fans. 5 minutes to do black on the joints. Gum will only take you 10 minutes to get the flesh color. Now that you know what to do. Teeth maybe a minute or two, brain maybe 5, then the rest of it is the highlights. First layer takes about 25 minutes, second layer much less. Got it down to an art. See, I could very easily make that time as well if I was insane, but unfortunately, a large amount of my painting time goes into staring at the model and getting dizzy. And then I and then I forget what I was doing. Like, I go in knowing what I should do, and then I just forget where I am. The last Hive Tyrant you posted took less time than your Screamer Killer by about 9 hours, or at about 9 hours or so. Screamer Killer was 12 and you did it in 2 days. Yeah, I was thinking that I might be able to get this Screamer Killer done today. Because I feel like there's probably not a huge amount left on him to do. Which would be nice if I can get him finished today, because that'd be like ego boost. I can paint a mini in less than 24 hours. Let's go. But we'll have to see how this comes along, because there's still a few things here and there that need to be finished up before I can sort of say that I'm happy with him. I think that what we're doing right here was probably the biggest obstacle for me. And I'm pretty happy with our solution. But then it's just going to be a matter of doing the scream effect. I think will be quite time consuming. And then we need to paint his fucking tail dick. Which I hate. I hate it so much. Boy is done besides detail work and base. they're still really good. And what is so far 10 hours? You believe a stream? Yeah, I think we're just at 10 hours now for this guy. Yeah. So, making pretty good time for my standards. And also, the pickle head has really grown on me. This music sounds like Starbound or Stellaris soundtrack. It is the Stellaris soundtrack. It's ideal for going into a gamer trance. It's designed to just be there while you just focus on other things. So good. Pretty good time in general, as 10 hours isn't a lot of time for a mini. You still hate the head. What do you mean? He's beautiful. I don't know why, but the bald head is really endearing. I like it. It's so goofy. It's like they could have given him an exposed brain, but then they just chose not to. Should paint word bearers the way I get the Space Marine viewers and get to anger them at the same point, or at the same time. True. Hang on. This in here. You can see the sculpt differs here. Would you class these as the same kind of ligaments that we're seeing up here? Because you can see there's like a tear where you've got like the skin and then you've got the muscle. Do we do it? Because I feel like it's lacking interest in the legs. I feel like just getting a bit of the red contrast in there without going like super bright like everywhere else, but just more like what we've got going on over like here might be a nice way to sort of... Yes, you painted yours black? Yeah, I reckon I might just have them be a more muted red just so that we can get that little bit of visual interest in the legs. And maybe draw attention away from the tail deck. Accidentally got a little bit of red on the side of the chitin there. Just get rid of that. Beautiful. think that'll be good enough for visual interest. Decided the way you're going to do weapon chitin is based on its function. Righto, as in different styles. Oh, okay. If it's it looks like it's designed to protect the weapon, then it'll be base black highlighted to bone. If it looks like it's designed to cover the main tyranid, then keeps wood. Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then you have the distinction between the chitin of the weapon and the chitin of the main body. Okay, so do we think for the meaty bits on his back, do we want to go? Do we think full gloss or satin? Maybe we try satin rather than the full gloss to begin with. And if we don't like it, then we can always go full gloss over the top. I'm worried that if I go full gloss on these bits on his back, they might just be a little bit too overbearing. Barb launches in the cover half the body of the Nid, so it can be seen as an extension of the Nid, whereas on the Hive Tyrant you did the rifle chitin in the middle of the gun. It's designed to protect the gun. Right, yeah. Gloss up the top, as in on the meaty bits here. Because I've got gloss varnish on all of my exposed bits of meat, and like this is the whole goal of these is they're made of meat. They're not just like red chitin. I want them to be icky. But we're starting with satin, and we'll see how it looks. And if the satin looks fine, then we'll keep it. If we're not a huge fan, we can always push it to gloss. Not canon or anything, but you think it's a cool painting choice? Yeah, no, I can see the thought process behind it as well. And it's a cool way of like drawing a line between the main bug and the symbiotic bug that's being used as a gun. Okay, that should be satin on all of that pillar there. So we will let that dry, see how it looks, and then make our decision based on that. I think satin might honestly be all we need just looking at it. But we'll see how it dries. And while it dries, we can do another coat of the red on his muscle fibers down the bottom here. like when you buy before, you did the secondary crab bug in red as you saw it as a big enough creature to survive independently from the spider. However, the gun that's fused to the front of it is symbiote attached to the crab, so you view it as more of a 3-bug creature than 2. Pretty sure the Pyrophore is just one big spider bug. Yeah, I haven't really gone to that level of thinking for any of the guys that I've done, because I think all of the Tyranids that I've done, bar the Termagants, all their weapons were part of the main bug. And the Termagants, actually, now that I think about it, I did actually do the guns in a different color. Hang on, one sec. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom while I let this dry anyway. But yeah, we'll see how the satin varnished thing here looks when I come back. Okay, I am back. Okay, let's see how we've gone. The satin is good, but it doesn't look wet. And I think that's what I like about the gloss, is it makes it look wet. But the satin just kind of makes it look polished. Yeah, I think we're gonna go gloss. But I also do think that maybe I want to go a little darker with these bits. So I might just hit it with another quick layer of Carroburg Crimson just to darken them a little bit further. Which is just as well, because I'm about to put some Carroburg Crimson on the... maybe add a bit of gloss around the top of the flesh bit. Instead of over the entire tube. I'll give that a shot. I don't know if it's going to be quite noticeable, is the only issue. Because the satin and the gloss are very, very similar. But I'll give it a shot while I do the other bits in any case. So here's the gloss varnish. So if I come over here... And maybe I drop it a little bit around the lip as well. And we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, I think it's like they're similar enough that it might not be that noticeable. We'll see though. That could be all we need. Yeah, anyway, we'll let that dry, and let's continue hitting the rest of them with Carroburg Crimson, because I'm going to need to recoat these, because I want them to be a little bit darker. Actually, do I even want them to be a little bit darker? Maybe I don't. Yeah, I think maybe just getting the sheen right will be all we need. But we will need the Carroburg Crimson down here on his, on the muscles on his legs in any case. As always, doing God's work. Look at the color comparison between the between this side and this side. Insane. Oh, actually, I think another thing that I had been planning to do all along was just putting a little bit of Carroburg Crimson over these spots here as well. Okay, let's see how that looks up here. Like it's definitely, it's noticeable. But I'm not sure if it's noticeable just because I'm looking for it, or... I don't know. Maybe what I do... Let's do one on the left in all gloss. And then the winner will will just coat the other one. Because at the end of the day, we can just go over it, and it'll knock the sheen back to satin or bring it up to gloss anyway. Easiest way to tell is just to have a reference. Just need to make sure I pull it out of the little divots and that sort of thing so that it doesn't completely block them up, because I'm going to need to put some highlights and stuff in there. Okay. And we will just let this dry. And while it does, I'm going to go and grab my matte varnish, which I'm going to use on the carapace. That was nearly disastrous. Nearly just knocked over the pot of Carroburg Crimson, but then when he fell over... Okay, so yeah, while we let those tubes dry, let's just start varnishing the rest of his shell. And this is just in matte. Ooh, almost my first build pod is calling my name, it'll get me. No, I refuse. Not gonna lie, the light blue refraction that the wet varnish gives off looks so cool. Unfortunately, that's not gonna remain. That it is sick as hell. shit, what's up? Bluish purple does look really nice, you can't lie. Yeah, no, it's so cool. I wish I had something that could actually... Like, I wish I had a color that could give that without, Yeah, I wish I had a paint which could do that really easily. Without having to be something that I just have to, like, really toil over to get. I wonder if I could possibly get it by deliberately applying the varnish thick enough that it creates enough body to just to capture light. Like, if there were a way to keep that, so that sort of, that color, it'd be so good. Because that was like the sort of thing that I was hoping to get when I tried out the Pilar Glacier. But it was just too light blue, and it completely, like, the issue was it was also tinting the bone color underneath. But since this doesn't have any pigment in it, the blue is purely just like the way the light is refracting off, off the liquid. Means that it's like, it's just really nice because it's mostly clear, but then it's just in the recesses where we're getting the actual color. Yeah, it doesn't stay. It's gone. Oh. Ah, well. The matte varnish is really nice when it dries as well. So I'm not complaining. You've just had a glimpse of what could have been. What a nightmare. Yeah, quite sad. I feel like I remember having this exact same moment when I was building the Neurotyrant because I did the same thing. I matte varnished the Neurotyrant's carapace, and I remember seeing it going, man, this looks so cool. And it was especially like it was especially good for the Neurotyrant because I had like his brain is blue, and so I had like I had blue purple glow coming off the brain, and so then having this just sort of accenting all of the chitin, it was really exciting. And then I was like, oh. It was not to be. wonder what wash would mimic that look. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was really hoping that I'd be able to get it with Pilar Glacier. But Pilar Glacier is a lot lighter blue, and it's got enough pigment that it's really noticeable. Which is crazy, because Pilar Glacier has, like, no pigment in it. It is a very, very thin contrast. And it still just did not get the finish that I wanted. Shyish purple or darker purple. Maybe. The thing is, it is still, I feel like it's definitely in the, like, the blue-gray range rather than leaning towards purple. Man, you wish you had enough willpower to finish painting your Titan. I mean, a Titan is an endeavor. Wait, are these the big Titans, or are these is this a 40k Titan, or a Titanicus Titan? Actually, I guess even a Titanicus Titan is, like, the Warlords are similar to, like, the 40k Knights anyway, so they're still big bastards. The Warlord one? Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember you sent the photo of him. And I just love the way the way they pose him. His legs look so goofy. It's awesome. I love it. And he's like the same size as a 40k Questoris Knight, isn't he? Similar sort of size. Tried to modify the model to be able to carry the church as well. Modding was nice, but just can't be bothered to paint them. Yeah, it's like, especially big models, when you put them down, it's so hard to pick them back up. I've got a half painted Cerastus Acheron that I was doing as Iron Warriors before I took my big break, and I just have not been able to sum up the courage to, or not the courage necessarily, but like the willpower to go back and get back to working on him. Hey, that's the legs and tail done. And yeah, with the way the matte varnish is drying on the chitin, I really like the finish it's giving. Super nice. I think it really helps to just pick out the texture. It's good. Cerastus Iron Warriors. When was this? This is a while ago. Well, I say a while ago. It was probably like a month or two ago, maybe. The metallic that I used was Leadbelcher, so it's really light. So one of the things that I will need to do when I get back to him is I'm going to have to go over him with a thinned down black contrast paint to really darken it down. Must have been busy at work during most of these streams. You have a brief memory of it? Yeah, I don't think I did many streams of it. I think I maybe did 1 or 2 streams of it, if that. I know that a decent bit of it I did off stream, but I'm pretty sure I did it on stream at least once or twice. Am I going to do a base for him? So yes, the plan. I will base this guy. I have not thought about how, like, what sort of kind of base I'm going to do for him yet. I know the general environment, but I have no idea in terms of composition what we're going to do. I generally, I generally play that one by ear. We'll throw a lot of shit at the wall, see what sticks. Oh yeah, actually, let's see how this has come along. I do think I like the gloss on the whole tube. Yeah, because the texture of the satin tube is just too ambiguous for me to, like, for my brain to, like, understand what it's looking at. But the gloss makes it definitely look like it's meat of some kind. Also, just noticed how I did the flesh on the back between the chitin. Yeah, yeah, that's just like, I didn't really want to commit too hard to much else than just doing it like the regular flesh color. But yeah, I know it's like sort of, it's not perfect, but I think it's good enough. Like, I think this was just like the finish that I got with the dry brush to start off with. And I think it's fine enough. The gloss looks wet. Yeah, I like the wet look of it. It makes it look icky as hell. Where the satin is just kind of ambiguous. Further up. The black flesh. Where are we talking about here? Do you mean this here or up here? Oh yeah, because this here, I like, if we're talking about this bit here, that's because I put Carberg Crimson on the underside here. Because I like that it's sort of like, for me it's like the underside of a crab's shell. So I wanted to get that little bit of, I want it to be like it's still the part of the hard carapace, but it's like, it's got meat contained in it, is the sort of thing I was going for. Like the flat out flesh that connects to the top chitin. Yeah, this bit here. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sort of bit that, yeah, I wanted it to be kind of like the underside of a crab's shell. Never even noticed how crab-like that bit looks. Yeah, no, I saw it and I was like, man, it's crab shit. It's crab juice. Not juice, but crab shell. I wanted to use a word that wasn't shell because I'd said crab shell like 30 times. But my vocab isn't quite that advanced. Australian debuff. And the big thing that I'm having to do here is just make sure there aren't a whole lot of bubbles forming. Because that'd be nasty as hell. I think I actually just had a bubble forming there that I just popped. Yeah, that bit there's like an actual... chunk of, oh, that's really gross, actually. Is there anything I can use to get rid of that? Just need something small and precise that I can just... Nope, it's fucked. Okay, my solution, I guess, will be let it dry and then do another layer over the top, and maybe we'll be able to just pin it down and forget about it. I don't think that's happening. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I don't even know what that is. It's like... it's like a scratch, but it's not a scratch. I might need to just dab a little bit of black contrast over that, just see if we can hide it. You hate clankers? True. Valid opinion. Got your avatar together? Nice. Yeah, it's a fun build. It's a satisfying build. What weapon did you give him? And why was it the spear? See, it's a trap question, because the spear is the only correct weapon to give him. Sword. What? Can I magnify it for you? One sec. Yeah, right now I'm coming through just doing matte varnish on the on all of the chitin. Not gonna lie, you never realized there's a weapon option for Kane? Yeah, he can have 3. There's a sword, spear, and axe. Spear is the correct option, though. It's the coolest one, and also the true form of the Wailing Doom. Because Wailing Doom is a shape-shifting spear. But because it's shape-shifting, all of them are technically correct. But the spear is the coolest one, in my opinion. Would it not have been easier to spray the entire model matte and then go over with gloss where you want it to look wet? I don't want it to all have the matte varnish though, because the matte varnish changes the texture a little bit. So I don't want to have any varnish on these bits of meat. Or on these bits of flesh. I want to leave them as is, because the matte varnish gives it an almost sort of speckly texture where it captures the light. But I want these bits to remain smooth. You've just seen that it has a helmetless option? Yeah. Yeah, the head variants for it are not the best. Surely I chose the U-shaped helm with the top knot. I think so. I chose the one that looks most like the avatar of Kane. I don't remember the exact one, because I think there were maybe 3 different head variants. I chose the most traditional one. Sword does the same as the spear of the axe. Just always built them with a sword. Oh yeah. In terms of in terms of statistics, it's all exactly the same, because the sword, spear, and axe are all the same weapon. Just always built them with a sword. Yeah, I think in the I think in most media it's generally represented as a sword anyway. But I'm a freak. I'm a nerd. I'm a goob, and I like the spear, and also knowing that I'm pretty sure the spear is its true form, so I like having the spear. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in most media he's generally depicted with a sword. Because that's why it has a ranged attack as well. The ranged attack is him throwing it at you. I wouldn't expect him to throw the sword. He might be able to throw the axe, but the sword might be a bit of an awkward one. He has that bullshit that halves damage like Catan, at least he doesn't have Feel No Pain. Yeah, and also, unlike the Void Dragon, he doesn't just heal from being near people. Like, Void Dragon's got all of it. Void Dragon halves damage, Feel No Pain, also heals when you have him sitting near vehicles. His aura ability seems a bit shit, no? Yeah, like, well, it's actually pretty good, because it would apply to himself as well. So it means that he's got, it means that his charges are actually pretty damn good. Like, that +1 inch to charge is fucking beautiful for him. Like, it makes the option of having him in strategic reserves and then deploying him within 9 inches of someone and charging them actually viable. Because I think when you, if you give him a command reroll on that charge, it's somewhere in the realm of a 50-50 or a 60% chance of making it. Stronger but worse range attack than Nightbringer, stronger but no devastating wounds on melee. No, yeah, so, Sanju, the thing that makes the, Avatar good is the detachment aspect. I think it's aspect host. That makes the Guardian really good. Because the detachment rule lets you choose choose to reroll ones on hits or on wounds, I believe, every time you make an attack. And then there's also stratagems that are specifically tailored for him. Grand life at the end of the fight phase. Roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 inches. On a 4-up, enemy suffers D3 mortal wounds. The horse shit that bringer gets. Void Dragon's terrifying against vehicles. Yeah, no, Void Dragon has that shit against vehicles and he heals off damage dealt. It's quite silly. But yeah, like the thing with the things like the Avatar and the Catan shards, like especially the Catan shards, like they're scary as hell, but they are also just completely eradicated by any melter unit you throw at them, because their damage because they have pretty low wounds for what they are because they halve damage profiles, but since the damage halving specifically halves damage profiles, it doesn't affect melter damage at all. So if you've got a bunch of melter 2 weapons firing on them, or you're just firing like a melter 4 or a melter 6, that guy is fucked. He's just going to die. So 3,000 points of Helltar, 1 Avatar, 2 Revenant Titans, and a Wraith Knight. 0 board control. You could at least just have a few Wraith Knights. Remember, you can legally take up to 6 Wraith Knights, because it's split into 2 profiles. Tyranids don't have a single bit of melter. Sucks to suck. But Tyranids also don't have any vehicles, so the Void Dragon doesn't really have that, doesn't hold that over you. Best thing you could math out was running 20 Hormagaunts into a Catan invasion fleet with lethal hits against the lethal hits against a monster, and use a stratagem that makes lethals and 5-ups. Your friend runs Nightbringer every time, doesn't matter about the vehicles. Rip. Well, I mean, otherwise, just run away. Just the moment you see where the Catan shard is going on the board, part the Red Sea. You be anywhere but there. The first time I encountered a Catan shard is my friend running Hypercrypt Legion, and yeah, she put out her fucking Void Dragon, ran it midfield, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. And so I had my my Imperial Knight Errant just charge in, just to run it down, like turn 1. And it was a fucked up experience where I thought I was going to be able to one-shot it because of the Melter 6 or whatever it is. And so I split my fire, and then I failed to one-shot it. I left it on like 3 or 4 wounds because I missed one of the attacks that I wanted to hit. And then it proceeded to heal and fucking beat the shit out of my Errant. And so then for like 3 turns, those two are just sitting midfield wailing on each other. But it was glorious. I wouldn't do it any other way. Would not change a thing. Yeah, I think if the enemy has a super unit and you also have a super unit and you have the option of charging your super unit into the enemy super unit, you can't not do it. It's the law of the universe. Who did that with your Swarm Lord, did 2 wounds, then got bitch slapped back to the non-queen. I'm sorry, Sunju. But I had a moment just now where I found it really amusing that the Swarm Lord is the Tyrannid super unit. Because his stat block is so bad for a super unit, because he's such a cheap guy. Like, such a cheap unit. But because he's so cheap, his stats just do not match up with other super units. One-shottable by literally any anti-elite unit that's at full strength and hits that stuff. Betting that whenever they give him a new model, they'll beef him up, or you hope so. Yeah, I feel like the Swarm Lord deserves it. He needs some love. You forget, was Night Lord's Armiger finished and based? Yeah, we did finish the Night Lord Armiger. He's over in the next room, so I can't grab him like immediately. I can't just like reach over and show you what I've got. But yeah, he turned out quite well. And yeah, the we did a same sort of base as what the World Eater one had, so same snowy environment. You know, if you'll be with you tomorrow putting together Guzgul and you'll be putting together Angron. Nice. I haven't seen Guzgul's model. Is it good? I feel like a lot of Orc models are really sad. You're sad? Thanks, Jesus. It's bad as in it's bad as hell, or as it's badass? I'm assuming it's badass. In which case, awesome. Malign auras, malign presence is so shit. Only ever pops up once or twice, and in those scenarios they just say, "Oh, never mind, to do something else," or he dies by being too fucking close to enemies. Yeah, well, I mean, when they go, "Oh, never mind," and then do something else, that's like you're getting value out of the aura because it's deterring them from doing something that they wanted to do, which they had decided was going to be optimal. So it's like it's deterring them. So you're still getting value. But yeah, the fact that he's just so easily one-shot is crazy. Okay, we've almost done all of the chitin. It's just these two arms over here. Badass is in a good way. Awesome. Yeah, no, it is nice that there are still that orcs do have some things going for them at least, because I feel like a lot of their models of orcs are really sad. Their vehicles are cool as hell, but I feel like a lot of their infantry are just really they are showing their age. I noticed this especially so when I was teaching a friend how to paint who was interested in learning, and he'd bought a box of 10 orc boys. And the orc boys in particular, they are all the models themselves, like the quality is not the worst, but all of them are midway, like all of them are mid-twerk for some reason. it's just so goofy. Almost done with our chitin. Okay, one more arm of chitin, and then we come back through with the gloss for the tubes on his back. Make him look nice and wet and nasty. And we'll see how we're going from there. I don't want to stream Sunday. It would be cool to see the Tyrannofex started. I haven't put together the schedule for next week yet. But I think that generally I want to keep my my weekends clear. We'll see how that goes though. It might change depending on like on a week by week basis. Yeah, Saturdays generally I will be keeping clear. And I'm thinking that Sundays I want to keep clear as well, but we'll see. Okay, so this is going to be the last little patch of chitin. Just like that. Man. Been toiling away today. Yeah, I am getting quite tired, so I don't think we will 100% finish this guy. Because I know for a fact that the glow from the Psychic Scream is going to take a decent bit of effort for me to get right. So we probably won't end up doing that today. So all I'll do is I will just finish getting the gloss varnish on the tubes on his back. And then I think that'll probably be a good spot for us to wrap it up. Because that'll probably get us to about 5 hours and 40 minutes or so of stream. It's a pretty solid effort. Very reasonably going to fly over to Australia to beat my old with your Tyranids. Look, it would be cool to see those in person, not gonna lie. I don't know how well it'd go for you though, because my Eldar consist like of like 90% Wraith units. They're all high toughness, standard save 2+. And also, a squad of Wraithguard has canonically one-shot the Swarm Lord. And it is tabletop accurate. Do I see yourself moving to Australia at some point and light upon some work and shit, then you'll beat with boring Space Marines? Anything but that. I think that would actually drive me over the edge. Losing to Space Marines any more than I already do would, I would just give up on Warhammer. I'd leave. I'd walk into the ocean and never come back. Just go on a great journey. You'd use cool dreadnoughts and tanks. That's already what I'm losing to. The Space Marine player in our group runs Iron Hands, so it's just tanks and dreadnoughts, and it's so fucking annoying because we start the game, and by the end of deployment phase, literally the entire board is locked down by his cross-board fucking tank guns, and you just can't step up. You know why Storm Lord's being discussed, but you've had one be shot just by Dante's pistols. Hello, Jacko. We were just discussing the happenings at the table. Swarm Lords come up just because we're talking about Tyranids and stuff, and I'd mentioned that when we were talking about how sad the Swarm Lord's data sheet is for being the Tyranids super unit, short of a Bio-Titan. Its data sheet is just so sad. And 30 wound squads. Don't remind me of the 30 wound fucking like heavy intercessors. I never had Iron Hands. Don't like medieval terrain. I feel like we've got a decent lot of terrain as well. It's just like, I don't know. It's like the home field is safe. My deployment zone, I can hide my guys, but I cannot touch midboard. Thick neck Swarm Lord deserves more wounds. Enhancement specifically for him, just called Gym Rat, gives him +5 wounds. We have enough terrain to follow the recommended layouts. Yeah, I think the like the terrain that we have at the table is fine. It's just getting to midboard when the entire enemy deployment zone is just full of tanks and dreadnoughts just looking it's fucked. It's so fucked. And when 90% of my Eldar weapons, like, when I'm running a Guardian squad and 2 squads of Dire Avengers and Warp Spiders, and all of their weapons are, like, strength 3 and 4, like, it's like, what am I doing? I just can't kill anything. I can't wound anything. recording what I'm saying right now. In 17 years when we meet, you'll be using this to gain 5 free wounds. It's a deal. You run just whatever the fuck armies. So when we first one that's just all tanks, it's completely horrifying. Yeah. Somehow I feel like the all tanks Space Marine army is more horrifying than the all tanks Imperial Knights army, because there's more tanks in the Space Marine army than there are knights in the Imperial Knights army. Just because, like, they're so much cheaper. Like, half the Space Marine tanks are the price of an Armiger or less. All tanks meeting his best friend, all Void Dragon, break the rules and run 6 of them. Battle line Catan shards. Never have I heard a more terrifying prospect. It's true, some of those dreads cost the same as a squad of guys. You only have 2 pieces of anti-tank too, so armies like knights, like Shalaxi and Velikor can hurt, but 20 tanks, no. Yeah, exactly. And also, the issue you encounter as well there, Jacko, is you run Shalaxi or Be'lakor out there to hit a tank, and what happens? They engage with the tank. Now they have, like, they're in a situation where they need to kill this tank now and get the fuck out of there, because there's 20 fucking tanks that are going to roll around the corner and gun them down. Like, you can kill one tank, but while you're killing it, all of the others are killing you. Cleaning it and buying your nids and just realized how much bigger the talons are that you gave your walk tyrant compared to your fly tyrant. Yeah, well, I mean, makes sense. The flying tyrant, you can't give him claws that are too heavy. I feel like Void Dragon either pops the fuck off or does nothing. I don't think you're getting out of that scenario, winning that match. Yeah. You say Void Dragon pops the fuck off or does nothing. Or, in the case of the first time I fought Nat's Void Dragon, and it simultaneously popped the fuck off and did nothing when it got locked in mortal combat with my Knight Errant for like 2 or 3 turns. Okay. Let's see how we've gone today. The things that'll need to be done when we finish him up will be... we want to do his eyes, We'll want to... We need to do something with his fucking tail dick. I hate it. It's actually hideous. It's got a frenulum. And then we'll need to do the Psychic Scream, charging through the meaty bits on his back and then down the tube on his neck, and then maybe get a little bit of glow in the back of his mouth. And then I think that's pretty much all for this guy. But yeah, so far not too bad for 2 days of painting, I reckon. Simultaneously fought off the entire world and didn't kill anything big. Yeah, no, I was so confident that I'd just be able to run my Knight Errant in and just one-shot it, and then I didn't one-shot it, and then it was there for the rest of the game, pretty much. But yeah, I like how the tubes on his back have come out. I do like them being like wet meat as opposed to being some kind of carapace or chitinous things. But yeah, anyway, that puts us at just over 5.5 hours today. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to call it here. Where are we? Yeah, unfortunately, didn't quite finish him today, but got very, very close. Shadow of those tubes is so gross. Well done. Yeah, I was torn between going like fully, like, did I snap anything there? That's a little wobbly. That's a lot wobbly. That's fine. This is a lot wobbly though. So I'll fix that at some... I'll fix this off screen. Yeah, I was torn between going full gloss or going satin. And the satin just didn't quite evoke wet meat. So yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for hopping by, guys. And I'll see you later. Guess who's back? Sorry, Juggernaut. We're leaving now. Anyway, I will see you all later. Have a good one. Bye-bye.